There comes a time when we are no longer troubled by matters of gain and loss. We choose to smile in silence, to walk through all pressures with serenity in our hearts. This is not weakness, but the choice of one who has come to understand the ways of the world. Happiness comes not from struggle, but from the peace within our own hearts. Amidst the complexities of life, we wish only for the years to pass in quietude. May this life bring peace to us and to those we love. For at times, living simply is precisely the way we touch the most profound completeness. There are days when we feel as though we have fallen into an invisible void. The mind is heavy. The heart is burdened with countless unspoken things. All efforts seem to yield no fruit. In such times, it is easy to feel weary, easy to surrender. We look around and see that everyone is busy, each confronting their own private worries. And in our own solitude, we realize that no one can live our life for us. No one can carry the suffering we bear. Such is life. There are sorrows that have no name, fears that cannot be shared. Sometimes a single careless word or an indifferent glance is enough to wound the heart. Many seek to escape through work, through amusements, through social media, but the more they flee, the more unsettled their minds become. Then, one night, when all has quieted, we face our own selves and understand that true suffering lies not outside, but within our very own minds. The Buddha taught that all suffering arises from the mind. When our minds are filled with resentment, aversion, delusion, and craving, then no matter how beautiful the world outside may be, our hearts remain in darkness. But when our minds know how to let go, how to see all things with a heart of loving kindness, then we can find peace even amidst the storms of life. Peace is not the absence of storms, but the stillness of the mind amidst the storm, calm as a lake's surface. Perhaps this is why the Buddha's teachings have become a miraculous balm for those who are weary. Each evening, by spending just a few minutes listening to the words of the Dharma, we feel as if we are returning to our true selves, washing away the afflictions that have settled in our minds. The deep, warm sound of the sutras, the verses of the gathas, are like a cool stream seeping into a parched soul. To listen to the Buddha's teachings is not only to learn the path, but to learn how to return, how to love, let go, and heal. As we listen, we understand that suffering is not something to be escaped, but something through which we recognize our true selves. Every sorrow is a lesson, every teardrop a reminder that we have craved too much, clung too tightly, been too harsh with ourselves and with others. Understanding this, we no longer blame the world, no longer blame others, but simply look back in silence, smile, and say, "So it is that all things arise from causes and conditions." Life is like a river, at times placid, at other times churning with waves. We cannot control its flow, but we can learn how to swim within it. The Buddha's teachings are like a lamp in the night, illuminating the path we walk. When the mind is weary, listen to the Buddha's teachings. When the heart is sad, return to the breath. With just one mindful breath, our mind can find stillness amidst 1,000 scattered thoughts. Happiness is not, in truth, far away. It is right here, in the moment we know how to stop, how to listen to our own selves. Each night before sleep, instead of letting the mind drift along with worries, sit peacefully, close your eyes, and listen to the words of the Buddha. A few minutes is all it takes, yet it is enough to soothe the heart, enough to release afflictions, and enough to see that, in truth, peace has never left us. It is only that we have forgotten the way back. Listening to the Buddha's teachings each night is a way to cultivate the spirit. It is the path of return. It requires no elaborate rituals, no complex forms, only a sincere heart and a mind that knows how to listen. Then we have already begun to walk the path of awakening. And when the mind gradually awakens, suffering naturally dissolves. When the mind knows how to let go, the heart is naturally light. When the mind is bright, the path of life is naturally bright. Therefore, when the mind is weary, listen to the Buddha's teachings. Let the Buddha's words be like the evening dew, seeping into every corner of the soul, calming the surging waves within the heart. There are days we feel our hearts are heavy. So many plans unfulfilled, so many wounds unhealed, so many unfinished things that keep us from sleeping peacefully. In the rush of life, everyone is trying to gain an advantage, trying to prove themselves capable and strong. But when night falls, when the sound of traffic in the street subsides, when there is nothing left but ourselves and our breath, we realize that what exhausts us most is not our work, not other people, but the very things we cannot let go of. Letting go. It sounds simple, yet it is the most difficult lesson in life. For we human beings are often afraid of loss. We fear losing money, losing affection, losing reputation, losing faith. We fear being hurt, fear being forgotten, fear no longer being loved as before. And so we try to hold on, try to control everything, even though we know in our hearts that some things cannot be forced. The more we try, the more unsettled our minds become. The more we grasp, the more tightly suffering clings to us. The Buddha taught that the root of suffering is clinging. When we cling to a person, we suffer because of that person. When we cling to a thing, we suffer because of that thing. For the nature of life is impermanence. Everything changes. Everything flows by. Nothing can exist forever. When we do not understand this, we will forever struggle amidst the vortexes of gain and loss, of love and hate, of grasping and letting go. Only when we know how to let go can our hearts truly be light. To let go, according to the Dharma, is not to flee or to be indifferent. It is not to abandon life or to sever affections. To let go is to see deeply, to clearly understand the nature of all things so that the mind is not bound by them. When we understand that all things arise from conditions and cease due to conditions, we will learn to smile when conditions come together and to be calm when they fall apart. The story of the merchant and the jade vase is a testament to this. Hung, a wealthy and ambitious merchant, always carried with him a precious jade vase left by his father. It was a treasure he regarded as his very soul, a symbol of success and of his family's glorious past. He never let the vase out of his sight, keeping it within his view no matter where he went or what he did. One day, during a sea voyage, a storm arose. The small boat tossed and turned, and the jade vase slipped from his grasp, falling to the edge of the boat. In that instant, without a thought, he lunged after it, trying to save his treasure. His whole body leaned precariously over the side. A little more, and he would have fallen into the deep sea. Fortunately, a Zen master who was traveling with him managed to pull him back just in time. The jade vase fell, sinking into the depths of the water. Hung clung to the railing, panting and filled with regret. He cried out in despair, "That was left to me by my father. It was all I had left." The Zen master looked at him, his gaze gentle, and said softly, "If you had not let go, you would have been pulled under. That vase was precious, but your life is more precious still. Let it go, and you will find yourself as light as a cloud." Hung bowed his head, his tears mingling with the sea wind. It was only then that he truly understood that in trying to save a precious object, he had almost lost himself. After that journey, Hung changed. He continued his business, continued to work, but his heart was different. He learned to live more simply, to cherish the ordinary things he had once overlooked. He understood that life is not a race to acquire everything, but a journey of learning to let go of what is unnecessary in order to keep what is truly precious: health, peace, and love. The Buddha taught that to let go is not to lose, but to gain peace of mind. The one who knows how to let go is the one who is truly holding on. For when we let go of fear, we hold on to freedom. When we let go of resentment, we hold on to serenity. When we let go of the past, we hold on to the present. In this life, everyone has things that weigh upon their heart. Some suffer because of love, some because of money, some because of loss. But no matter the cause of suffering, it all stems from one thing: we do not yet know how to let go. The harder one tries to hold on, the more one suffers. The more one clings, the more one is wounded. Yet, when we learn the art of letting go, miraculously, all afflictions transform into peace. Someone once said, "Letting go is not forgetting, but no longer being controlled by it." This is true. When we let go, the memories are still there. The recollections still remain, but our minds are no longer bound by them. We can look back without pain. We can remember and still smile. To let go is to liberate oneself. The Buddha taught that a practitioner is not just one who wears the saffron robe, but anyone who knows how to cultivate their mind each day. When we know how to look deeply into the nature of the things that cause us to suffer, we have begun the path of letting go. Let go of resentment to find tranquility. Let go of comparison to see your own sufficiency. Let go of perfectionism to understand that life is inherently imperfect. Let go of expectations to know how to love simply. And let go of the past to open your heart to the present. Letting go is a journey, not a single day's result. Each day, we learn a little. Each day, we release one small thing. Today, we let go of a moment of anger. Tomorrow, we let go of a fear. And gradually, we will find our hearts as light as a cloud, our souls as vast as the sky. If you can, each night before sleep, sit quietly for a few minutes. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and ask yourself, what can I let go of today? Perhaps it is a word that hurt you, a thought that wearied you, a memory that plagues you. Imagine you are setting them down, gently, without force. Breathing in I know I am alive. Breathing out, I know I am letting go. Thus, with each breath, each beat of the heart, little by little, the suffering will dissolve, making way for a spreading tranquility. In that moment, we will realize that life is not so complicated. Suffering comes not from without, but from our own minds that have not yet learned to stop. When we let go, we lose nothing. On the contrary, we gain a great deal. We gain freedom. We gain peace. We gain a dwelling place in the present moment. Please remember that when you know how to let go, that is when you are truly able to hold on to peace, to hold on to joy, to hold on to your true self in stillness. To let go is not to abandon the world, but to live in the midst of the world without being swept away by it. And then, amidst all the changes of human existence, we can still smile, for within our hearts there is a sky free of storms. Letting go is the art of living in this world, knowing when to hold on and when to release, knowing how to love without clinging, how to care without suffering. To let go is to pause amidst the hurried stream of life, to listen to the voice of our own hearts. It is to cease resisting impermanence and instead walk with it with a light heart. When we let go, we lose nothing. We merely discard that which is no longer necessary. Only when we let go can we truly see ourselves clearly, see life clearly, and see that happiness was never far away. There are evenings after work when we return home in overwhelming weariness, our bodies exhausted, our minds heavy. Sometimes we sit on the porch, watching the traffic pass by, yet our hearts are still caught in an invisible vortex. The pressures of life, of work, of money, of relationships leave us feeling suffocated. We see ourselves striving day after day, yet it seems never to be enough. We worry about today only to fear tomorrow. We fear failure only to then fear being forgotten. And so our hearts accumulate layer upon layer of anxiety, layer upon layer of fatigue, like a room long left untended, dust clinging everywhere, until we can no longer see our own reflection in it. The Buddha taught that when the mind is at peace, the world is tranquil. When the mind is agitated, life is in turmoil. This seemingly simple statement holds a profound truth. Pressure does not truly come from without, but from within a mind that is not yet at peace. When the heart is filled with clinging, every small matter becomes immense. When the mind is not sufficiently bright, We see affliction wherever we look. Pressure is not due to life being too harsh, but to our carrying too many burdens of expectation, of comparison, of perfectionism, of fear. There is a story about a teacher named Mai who had been in the classroom for nearly 20 years. She was a dedicated person who loved her profession and her students. But in recent years, she had constantly felt tired. Each morning, upon entering the classroom, she no longer saw joy in her students' eyes, but only grades, examinations, and stressful meetings. Colleagues competed, parents made demands, and superiors applied pressure, causing her to gradually become hardened. At night, she could not sleep. Her heart felt as heavy as a stone, as if something were weighing her down that she could not remove. One day, after many months of working without rest, she took a few days of leave. She returned to her hometown, staying in her parents' old house, a place she had not visited for a long time. The room was covered in a thick layer of dust. Every desk, every windowsill was shrouded in a hazy film. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, creating a scene that was at once beautiful and sorrowful. She looked around and felt her heart sink. Taking a cloth, she began to wipe down every small corner. She did not rush, but gently cleaned away the old dust. With each pass of the cloth, the dust vanished, revealing the bright wood beneath, just as it had been long ago. When she came to the study desk where she once sat reviewing her lessons, she suddenly burst into tears. She realized that this room was just like her soul. For so many years, she had allowed the dust of affliction, the dust of expectation, the dust of comparison to settle upon it without even knowing. She had been so busy that she had forgotten to clean her own mind. She whispered, "My room is like my mind. If left untended for too long, the dust of affliction will cover it." Understanding this, she stopped her hands and took a deep breath. The fresh air filled her lungs, light as a stream, washing away all weariness. That day, she sat for a long time by the window, watching the golden sunlight fall upon the wall. She smiled, a truly gentle smile, as if she had just set down a burden she had not known she was carrying for so long. From then on, she no longer blamed her work, no longer feared the pressure. Each morning, before entering the classroom, she would take a few minutes to breathe deeply and smile at herself. When a student made a mistake, she did not rush to scold, but chose to understand. When a colleague was difficult, she did not react, but chose to listen. When faced with a request from a superior, She simply did her best without becoming attached to the outcome. Whenever her mind was agitated, she would remember that dusty room and remind herself, cleanse the mind each day. The Buddha taught that one who knows how to clean their own mind, though living in the midst of the world, is as if dwelling in a pure land. For the dust of the world is not out there, but within our very own hearts. When the mind is covered by greed, aversion, and delusion, we see suffering everywhere. But when we have cleansed our minds, the world naturally becomes clear. Pressure is an inherent part of life. No one can avoid it. But if we learn to observe it, we will see that pressure itself is not bad. It only becomes heavy when we cling to it, when we believe that we must be perfect, must be better than others, must achieve everything. In truth, no one in this life is forever superior to another. Only those who know how to live lightly will find true happiness. The Buddha once said that if a person can let go of the clinging mind, they can smile even in the midst of a sea of suffering. For suffering lies not in the circumstances, but in the mind. When the mind is bright, we look upon life with a heart of gratitude, and even pressure becomes an opportunity for practice. When the mind is clear, we face all challenges with forbearance, and then nothing can cause us to suffer. Try sitting down and breathing in deeply. Feel the breath enter and leave. Feel the steady and peaceful rhythm of your own heart. Each time a thought arises, do not push it away. Simply smile and acknowledge it. Let all things come and go, like clouds passing in the sky, like waves that crest and then dissolve upon the shore. This is the way to wipe the dust from the mind. Every breath is a cleansing, every moment of awareness a washing away of affliction. In the evening before sleep, we can practice a short meditation. Sit quietly, relax the entire body. Breathing in, know that you are alive. Breathing out, know that you are letting go. Gently ask, am I carrying anything heavy today? If so, imagine you are setting it down, like placing a heavy bag on the ground after a long journey. Feel the lightness spread throughout your body. With each breath, each moment, you are returning to your true self. When the mind is cleared, you will find that things in the world become more pleasant. The people around you, even those who once made you weary, become more deserving of compassion than anger. Every word, every glance, everything that happens is just like a passing breeze, no longer having the power to stir you. At that point, you no longer fear pressure, for you understand that pressure is merely a challenge to help you grow. People ask, how can one not feel pressure in this life? The Buddha's answer is very simple. It is not about having no pressure, but about not letting pressure dominate the mind. It is like a boatman in the middle of a river. Water surrounds the boat, but it only sinks when water floods into it. Life is the same. Pressure only causes us to suffer when we let it flood into our hearts. But if the mind is firm, it can remain serene amidst the storms, like the placid surface of a still lake. Live more slowly. Listen to yourself more. Perhaps we do not need as many things as we think we do. We do not need to be so perfect. We do not need everyone to understand us. We do not need everything to go our way. We only need to know how to cleanse our minds each day, how to let go lightly, how to smile. Then, no matter how much wind and dust there is outside, we can still maintain a pure space for ourselves. When the mind is clean, life is bright. When the heart is light, all burdens dissolve. Let this life remain as it is. But let us be different. Different in that we do not allow our minds to be shrouded in affliction. Different in that we know how to stop, how to breathe, how to smile amidst imperfections. For when the mind is at peace, all things become peaceful. And if today you feel weary, just sit down, take a very deep breath, and say to yourself, I am tidying the room within my mind. Then gently breathe out and feel the pressure gradually dissolve. Life is still there. Work is still there. Worries are still there. But our mind is different. When the mind is bright, life is also bright. When the mind is clear, all things are clear. And when the heart is light, nothing can bring us down. There are nights when we sit alone in a quiet room, looking at old photographs. Old memories return like a river flowing upstream, surging within the mind. Perhaps it is a face that was once familiar, a voice that once warmed our heart, or just a fleeting memory that makes the heart ache. Many people live in the present, but their minds still wander in the past. They still smile. They still work. But within them is a whole sky of memories that have not faded. And sometimes it is precisely these things that have passed which become invisible chains, binding the soul and preventing one from truly living a full life. Today, the Buddha teaches that the past has ceased. The future has not yet come. Only the present is real. This teaching sounds simple, but to live fully in this very moment is a lifetime's practice. For the human mind has a habit of holding on, of fearing loss, of fearing change. So when the past is gone, people still want to cling to it. They think that to let go is to betray a memory. But in truth, to let go is how we love more deeply. The story of Lan is an example. She was a gentle and kind woman who lost her husband when she was just over 40. Her husband, Hoa, had been the pride of the family, a husband who cherished his wife, loved his children, and was sincere with everyone. The day he departed from this world in a traffic accident, it was as if the sky had fallen before her eyes. At the funeral, she sat silently, looking at his portrait, her tears flowing endlessly. From then on, every evening, she would light a stick of incense, sit beside his photograph, and talk to him as if he were still there. She would tell him about the children's schooling, about matters in the house, even the trivial things they used to share. Her tears had run dry, but her heart was still soaked in sorrow. Once, a close friend advised her to go to a temple, saying that she should pray for her husband's soul to find peace, which would also help lighten her own heart. She listened and brought her husband's photograph to the temple. While waiting for the ceremony, she sat in the temple courtyard, watching the people pass by. In front of her was a nun sweeping leaves. As each leaf fell, the nun would gently gather it, unhurried, untiring. Lan suddenly found this image so peaceful. After the ceremony, she met the nun and told her of her pain. The nun listened, then just smiled and said, "That photograph is the past. Those tears are the future. Only the present can make you smile." Lan was taken aback. The nun continued, "The person is gone, but the love remains. However, if you keep clinging to the old image, the deceased cannot be at peace, and the living cannot be happy. The past is like a beautiful painting, but if we keep gazing at it, we will forget the painting we are creating today." Lan stayed at the temple for a few days. The nun taught her breathing meditation, taught her how to return to the present. At first, she found it difficult. Every time she closed her eyes, her husband's image would appear, and tears would fall again. The nun just said gently, "Breathe in. Feel the breath entering your body, and as you breathe out, let all memories follow the breeze. There is no need to chase them away, only to recognize them." And so, day by day, Lan learned to sit quietly, learned not to run away, but to look directly into the pain in her heart. One day, as she was breathing in, she caught the faint scent of incense, and the sound of the temple bell resonated. In that moment, she felt a strange sense of peace. It was not that the sorrow had vanished, but that it had become gentle. she suddenly understood that her husband had never been far away. He had merely transitioned to a different form, while his love remained in every breath she took, in every wholesome deed she performed. The day she left the temple, the nun gave her a string of prayer beads and said, "Whenever your heart feels heavy, count each bead. Each bead is a breath returning to the present." From then on, Lan still lit incense every evening, but instead of weeping, she would join her palms, smile, and pray, "May you go in peace. I will live the rest of my life to the fullest." Each morning, she would open the window to welcome the sunlight and listen to the birds sing, her heart lighter. The pain was still there, but it was no longer a bleeding wound. It had become a healed scar, reminding her of love, of impermanence, and of how to live serenely in the world. The Buddha taught that the past is an illusion, the future is a void. Only the present is real. If the mind is constantly pulled by things that have passed, we cannot see the flowers blooming today. The past, whether beautiful or sad, is merely the wind that has blown by. We cannot hold on to the wind, just as we cannot bring back what has been lost. What we can do is learn from it, understand from it, and then smile and step forward. One who lives forever in the past is like someone holding a hot coal. The tighter they grasp, the more they are burned. But if they know how to put it down, their hand will no longer be seared. To let go of the past is not to deny what has been, but to learn how to put it in its proper place. For those memories, whether painful or happy, have already fulfilled their role. They came to teach us how to love, how to lose, how to cherish, and how to let go. In the Buddhist teachings, there is a very profound concept called impermanence. Everything in the world changes. Nothing remains the same. People, material things, emotions, even thoughts are ceaselessly arising and ceasing. Realizing impermanence, we no longer fear loss, for we understand that nothing is forever for us to hold on to. It is precisely in this change that we see the value of each present moment. Many people think that they can only be happy when they achieve something. They forget that happiness is not in front or behind, but right here in every breath. A cup of tea in the morning, a gentle breeze rustling through the hair, a sincere smile. All are happiness if we know how to pause and feel them. To let go of the past is to learn how to return to oneself. When we stop and listen to our breath, we will realize that right in this moment, we are still alive, still have the opportunity to love, still can begin anew. No matter how many mistakes, how much hurt there was in the past, it cannot define who we are in the present. Everyone has the right to be born anew from today. A simple exercise the nun taught Lan was breathing meditation. Breathing in, I know I am breathing in. Breathing out, I know I am breathing out. As the breath deepens, one says silently, breathing in, I return to the present moment. Breathing out, I smile with peace. Just a few minutes each day, and miraculously, the mind will become light again. All anxieties, all memories will gradually dissolve like morning dew in the sunlight. Someone might ask, if we let go of the past, will we still remember those we loved? The answer is yes, but it will be a clear memory, without clinging, without suffering. Just as when looking at a withered flower, we do not regret, but only smile for having once seen it bloom. When the mind is clean, life is bright. When the heart is light, all burdens dissolve. What is called peace comes not from having no sorrows, but from knowing how to walk through sorrow while keeping the heart as clear as a still lake. Though a wind may blow, the water returns to its quietude. If today you are carrying the pain of the past in your heart, try closing your eyes, taking a very deep breath, and whispering to yourself, everything has passed. I choose peace. Do not chase away the memory, nor cling to it. Just smile and let it drift like a leaf falling onto the surface of a lake. The water may ripple, but it will become still again. That is the nature of the mind that knows how to let go. Letting go of the past and embracing the present is not an easy journey, but it is the sure path that leads to serenity. Whenever you remember what has passed, ask yourself, what can I do in this moment to make things better? Perhaps it is a word of thanks, a deep breath, or a small act of kindness. Each of these actions is a way of returning to the present. The Buddha taught that to live in the present with a mind free of attachments is nirvana. Nirvana is not a distant place, but a state of mind when one is no longer pulled back by the past, nor pushed forward by the future. At that time, though sitting in the midst of the world, we can smile as if we were sitting in a temple. Tonight, if you are listening to these words in stillness, let the sound pass like the wind, leaving only the breath and the peace in your heart. Feel that you are fully present, not in yesterday, not in tomorrow, but right here in this very moment. The present moment is truly the most precious gift that life bestows upon us. Let go of the past to lighten the heart. Look to the present to see that life is beautiful. and live in mindfulness so that every day is a peaceful day. And then, when you know how to smile with today, all afflictions will vanish like mist in the early morning sun. There are evenings when we lie silently in a familiar room, yet our hearts still feel heavy. It is not because of anything monumental, but simply the silent fatigue that has accumulated day after day. A careless word that wounds us, a misunderstanding that upsets us, or simply things that do not go as we wish. These gradually cover our minds with a layer of sorrowful dust. Negativity of the mind begins this way, smoldering and small, but gradually spreading, like a tiny flame in the heart that consumes the peace we strive to cultivate. At times, we do not even realize we are nurturing it. We only feel that life has suddenly become heavy. Our outlook on everything has grown dim and lacking in kindness. The Buddha taught that all suffering begins from our very own minds. When the mind is obscured by aversion, jealousy, blame, or sorrow, we see the world through that hazy smoke, like looking through a dusty pane of glass. No matter how beautiful the scene before us, we see only a blur. A person living in negativity is like one who has bound themselves with an invisible rope. The more they struggle, the tighter it cinches. And the sad thing is that we are the ones holding the key to untie that knot, but we often fail to recognize it. Someone might ask, how can one suffer less when there is still so much injustice in life? So many people who hurt us. The answer lies not in changing the world out there, but in changing the way we see from within. For as the Buddha taught, the mind is the root. Circumstances shift according to the mind. If our mind is at peace, all situations feel light. If our mind is agitated, even in a tranquil place, the heart will be in turmoil. To understand this is the first step of awakening. It is when we begin to know how to turn inward and listen to ourselves instead of blaming others. Those who live in negativity often do not know that they are causing themselves more suffering than anyone else. When we are angry, we are the first to be burned by the fire of our own aversion. When we are envious, we are the ones who endure the restlessness, while the other person is completely unaware. Every negative thought is a drop of poison falling into the mind, and gradually it withers the entire garden of our inherently pure mind. Therefore, a student of the Buddha's path is not someone who avoids life, but someone who knows how to be master of their own mind in all circumstances. Once, there was a carpenter named Bin. He was skilled at his craft, but had a hot temper and was easily irritated. Whenever he encountered a warped piece of wood, he would sigh and lament, Why is my life so hard? Why do I always encounter such flawed, imperfect things? He looked at the warped wood as if he were seeing the injustice of life itself. Each time, his anger would flare up. He would slam his hand on the table and remain sullen for the rest of the day. Sometimes, a single piece of wood would cause him to lose a whole night's sleep. One day, while Bin was struggling with a pile of wood in his workshop, a monk stopped by to ask for a drink of water. Seeing his scowl, the monk smiled and asked, "Is there something that is unsettling your mind, my son?" Bin replied, "Venerable sir, I am just frustrated with these warped pieces of wood. I want to make a smooth table, but all I have is this ugly, crooked wood. How can I possibly get anything done?" The monk picked up a piece of wood, examined it for a moment, and then said, "The wood is warped, not straight. But it can be made into a beautiful armrest. Just as in life, there are things that do not go our way. But if we change our perspective, we can still create something good." Bin listened in silence. The monk continued, "A negative person sees life through suffering. A mindful person sees life through compassion. The wood is not at fault, just as life is not at fault. It is only that our minds have not yet learned to see with loving kindness and understanding." Having said this, the monk bowed and departed in the evening twilight. Bin stood watching him go, his heart suddenly feeling lighter. He turned back, picked up the warped piece of wood, and this time, instead of being annoyed, he smiled. An idea flashed in his mind to make a chair with a gracefully curved armrest. When he finished, he was amazed that the very piece of wood that had frustrated him had created the most beautiful product he had ever made. From that day on, Bin changed. He no longer grew angry when he encountered warped wood, nor did he get upset when things did not go as planned. He would just tell himself, "Everything has its place. I just haven't seen it yet." His life gradually became lighter, filled with more laughter, and his small workshop became a place where anyone who visited felt warmth. Bin's story is a microcosm of each of us. We have also been like him, angry at the warped wood in our lives, a person who doesn't understand us, a task that doesn't go smoothly, a wound that has not healed. But if we know how to look deeply, how to transform our way of thinking, then every unwelcome thing can become a lesson for our minds to grow. The Buddha taught, "When there is suffering in the mind, the outer world becomes suffering. When there is joy in the mind, the outer world also becomes joyful." This means that the realm of a person's life is determined by that person's mind. When the mind has mindfulness, has awareness, we are no longer swept into the vortex of negativity. Each time we are angry, we know we are angry. Each time we are sad, we know we are sad. To know this is not to indulge the emotion, but to recognize and release it. It is like watching clouds drift across the sky. We simply observe without grasping. The clouds pass, and the sky is bright once more. Mindfulness is the lamp that illuminates consciousness. When we have mindfulness, we are no longer dominated by the darkness of afflictions. We know what we are thinking, what we are saying, and what we are doing. When aversion arises, we know it is aversion. When resentment appears, we know it is resentment. And by simply recognizing without judgment, the mind immediately calms down. It is like seeing a fire and not adding more fuel. The flame naturally extinguishes itself. When faced with pain, some people, instead of listening, choose to blame. But blame only makes the pain greater. A mindful person understands that suffering is a teacher. Every moment of sadness or anger is an opportunity to look within ourselves, to see that we are still clinging, still desiring, still expecting. And it is precisely these desires that cause us to suffer. When we let them go, the heart immediately feels light. Many people think that to practice the spiritual path means one must leave the world, enter a monastery, or go up a mountain. But in truth, practice is found in every moment of this very life. When we refrain from a harsh word and offer a kind one instead, that is practice. When we know how to smile in the face of adversity, that is practice. When, instead of blaming others, we look toward understanding, that is practice. Mindfulness is not far away. It resides in every breath, in every awakened thought of ours. Let us try to practice one small thing each day. When a negative thought arises, stop, close your eyes, and take 3 deep breaths. Feel the breath coming in and going out. Feel the body being nourished by that breath. And then ask yourself, is this worth losing my peace over? Often, when the mind has settled, we will see that the matter has become much smaller. Sometimes, the thing that made us angry in the morning seems completely unimportant by evening. Another exercise is to write down 3 beautiful things from the day each night before sleep, no matter how small. It could be a delicious cup of tea, a smile someone gave you, or a task you did well. When the mind is directed toward wholesome things, negativity has no place to live. The mind is like a piece of land. Whatever seeds are sown, those are the seeds that will grow. If each day we sow seeds of gratitude and mindfulness, the garden of our mind will gradually become green again. To let go of negativity is not to ignore unpleasant things, but to see them with the eyes of understanding. When someone hurts us, instead of harboring resentment, consider that this person is also suffering. Only those who suffer cause suffering to others. When we understand this, our hearts naturally soften. And when the heart softens, suffering also dissolves, like water flowing gently through a rock crevice. No matter how hard the rock, the water passes through lightly without harming itself. The Buddha once taught that when one repays hatred with hatred, hatred will never cease. Only by repaying hatred with virtue does hatred dissolve. A person living in mindfulness understands that every time we maintain our calm and do not react hastily, we are stopping a stream of negative karma. Every time we choose compassion instead of aversion, we are creating new merit. And little by little, in this way, our lives become lighter. Life can never be completely free of suffering, but we can suffer less. That is the core of spiritual practice. Life does not become less difficult. It is we who suffer less when our minds know how to transform. Understanding this, we will stop expecting others to change, stop blaming life, and turn inward to change our own minds. For when the mind is bright, the world is at peace. When the mind is light, our steps upon this earth are also light. The evening is the most suitable time for us to look within. After a long day, sit quietly, relax, and listen to the rhythm of your breath. If there is anything heavy in your heart, give it a name. This is sadness. This is anger. This is anxiety. Then smile at it as you would an old friend. Every emotion will eventually pass. Only mindfulness remains. When we are aware enough to recognize them, the shadows of negativity gradually fade away without any need for force. Imagine your mind is like the surface of a lake. Each time you feel anger or sadness, it is like a stone being thrown in. The water becomes murky, not because the lake is flawed, but because the waves have not yet stilled. When we sit quietly and throw no more stones, the water naturally becomes clear again. Life is the same. We need only stop feeding negativity, and the heart will gradually brighten. Someone once asked a Zen master, "Sir, how do you keep your mind from being sad?" He replied, "I do nothing. When sadness comes, I greet sadness. When sadness goes, I bid it farewell." This answer seems simple, but it contains the entire spirit of mindfulness. It is the profound understanding that all emotions are impermanent. They come and they go. The more we try to hold on, the more we suffer. The more we cling, the more we are pained. If today your heart still holds fragments of negativity, gently set them down. There is no need to rush, no need to force it. Just a little each day. Learn to see everything with a more peaceful, more understanding, more forbearing mind. Then you will realize that the very things that once caused you to suffer are the lessons that help your mind to grow. This evening, as you listen to these words of the Buddha, allow yourself to truly rest. Rest is not just laying the body down in bed, but allowing the mind to be at home in this present moment. Leave all worries for tomorrow. In this moment, all you need is a deep breath and a gentle smile, and you are returning to your true self. Close your eyes. Feel the breath at the tip of your nose. Breathing in, I know I am breathing in. Breathing out, I know I am breathing out. Breathing in, my body is calm. Breathing out, my mind is clear. Just like that, slowly, gently. Every breath is a miracle. Every mindful moment a step on the path to awakening. When you live in mindfulness, negativity no longer harms you. It comes, you see it, you smile, and then it goes. Like a cloud drifting across the sky, leaving no trace. At that time, life becomes clear and light, like the early morning. Remember, letting go of negativity does not mean becoming cold or unfeeling, but knowing how to love in the right way. Knowing how to love yourself and how to love others with a mind of understanding. When the heart has compassion, negativity cannot reside there. When the mind has the light of mindfulness, darkness spontaneously dissolves. Tonight, if anyone is listening to these words from the Lin Ung Dharma channel, may you feel a little peace in your heart. Though there are still many storms outside, as long as you have mindfulness within, you will no longer be afraid. Trust that nothing is permanent. Sorrow, too, will vanish like the morning mist under the rising sun. And in every breath, in every quiet moment, you are gradually healing yourself. Letting go of negativity is not to escape life, but to live more deeply, more truly, with a soul that is light, compassionate, and wise. When the mind is at peace, the world is at peace. When you smile, life will smile back at you. And that is precisely what the Buddha wishes to teach us. Return to the peaceful mind within yourself, where all suffering dissolves and all happiness begins. There are nights we toss and turn unable to sleep, our hearts filled with so many old stories, words that have been spoken, wounds we thought were forgotten. But with just a slight reminder, that wound begins to bleed again. There are people who were once friends, once close, once trusted, who now cause us to carry a deep and heavy resentment. We say that we no longer care, but in truth, our hearts are still heavy. Deep down, we still want them to pay a price, want justice to be served, want them to understand the pain they caused us. But then we ask ourselves, does that justice truly bring us peace? Or does it only make us more weary? For while we are consumed by resentment, the other person may be sleeping peacefully, living happily, while we are still trapped in the flames we have lit for ourselves. The Buddha taught that holding on to resentment is like grasping a hot coal to throw at someone else. You are the one who gets burned first. When we nurture resentment, we are not punishing anyone but ourselves. We are only scorching our own souls. Resentment is a smoldering fire, never bursting into a full blaze, but powerful enough to make the human heart grow cold. And only when we know how to put it down, how to forgive, are we truly free. Once, there was a man named Tan. He had been a kind man who lived in harmony with others and conducted his business honestly. For decades, he had cultivated a friendship with a man who was like a blood brother to him, sharing all joys and sorrows. But one day, for the sake of a small gain, that friend betrayed him, taking his money and leaving him empty-handed and bitter. From that day on, Tan lived in resentment. Whenever anyone mentioned his former friend, his eyes would flash with anger, his voice filled with bitterness. He would say, "I will never forgive him. I want that person to suffer as I have." And so the years passed. His hair turned white, but his heart still burned with resentment. Although he rebuilt his life, he could find no joy. Every night, when darkness fell, he would remember that traitor, and the fire of anger within him would flare up as if it had happened only yesterday. One night, he dreamed he was standing in a dark room. Before him was his friend from long ago. In his hand, Tan held a glowing red coal. He shouted and threw it forcefully toward the man. But strangely, before the coal could touch anyone, it seared his own hand. He cried out in pain and tried to let go, but his hand would not open. The fire spread, consuming his flesh. He screamed in despair. When he awoke, his whole body was drenched in sweat, his hand still feeling a burning sensation. he sat in the silence of the night and suddenly understood. That coal was the resentment in his heart. For all these years, he had been holding on to it tightly, thinking he would throw it to make another suffer, not knowing that he was the one being burned first. The next morning, he went to the temple and, meeting an old monk, recounted his dream. The monk just smiled and said, "You have seen your own fire. No one forces you to hold it, but only when you let it go yourself will that fire be extinguished." From that day, Tan began to learn how to let go. Letting go was not forgetting immediately. He still remembered the old story, but instead of resentment, he began to feel gratitude. Gratitude because it helped him understand the human heart, to understand impermanence. Gratitude because through a wound, he had learned the greatest lesson of his life. To forgive is not for them, but for oneself to find rest. The Buddha once taught that when a mind of hatred arises, the mind of compassion is lost. When the mind of compassion is present, hatred has no place to dwell. Forgiveness is not condoning. It is an act of awakening. It does not make the other person innocent, but it liberates us from suffering. When we forgive, we are no longer living in the past, but returning to the present, where there is no one left to blame, only peace. In this life, everyone has been hurt. Some have been betrayed, some deceived, some spoken ill of, some abandoned. Those wounds scar the heart deeply, causing us to lose faith, to lose even our initial kindness. But if we continue to cling tightly to resentment, it is no different from imprisoning ourselves in our own emotions. The person who hurt us may have appeared for only a moment, but resentment makes us suffer for many years. A person once asked the Buddha, "I have been hurt too deeply by others. I cannot possibly forget. How can I forgive?" The Buddha simply smiled and said, "Imagine that every time you think of them, you place a stone upon your shoulder. At first, it is just a small stone, but the more you think, the more you resent, and the heavier the stone becomes. One day, you are weary, your back aches, your legs are weak, yet you still do not put it down. When you learn to set that stone down, you will understand what freedom is. Forgiveness is not an action, but a process of the mind. It begins with the recognition that we cannot change others. We can only change the way we see them. Then comes compassion, the understanding that everyone has their own suffering. Everyone is guided by their karma. And finally, there is release. When we understand that everything is as impermanent as clouds drifting across the sky, there is nothing worth holding on to forever in our hearts. Once we understand this, our hearts become so light. We look at the person who once caused us suffering and no longer feel resentment. We understand that if they were truly happy, they would not have hurt others. And when we send them a mind of loving kindness, our own hearts find true peace. Someone once said, "Forgiveness is the greatest gift we can give ourselves." For when we forgive, we are no longer a victim of the past. We stand up, smile, and walk forward with a light heart. If right now you are carrying some resentment in your heart, try to sit quietly. Close your eyes, breathe deeply, and look at that pain as an observer. Do not judge, do not hate, just look. Then ask your heart, how much longer do I want to hold on to this? If today were the last day of my life, would I want to depart in resentment? Or would I want to step away with a gentle smile? Letting go of resentment is not easy, but every breath, every wholesome thought will bring us closer to peace. Each night before sleep, practice sending words of forgiveness. There is no need to say them aloud. Just think them in your mind. I forgive those who have hurt me, and I ask for forgiveness from those I have caused to be sad. Whether the other person knows it or not, as long as our heart is sincere, our mind is already lighter. The Buddha taught that if one repays hatred with hatred, that hatred will never end. Only with a heart of loving kindness can hatred be dissolved. Therefore, choose the path of compassion. When our hearts are filled with compassion, resentment naturally vanishes like morning dew in the sunlight. Tonight, before you sleep, try practicing a short meditation. Sit quietly, place your hands on your chest, and listen to the rhythm of your heart. With each breath in, say silently, I know I am still alive. With each breath out, gently say, I let go of resentment. By doing this for a few minutes each night, you will see a miracle. The flower of loving kindness will gradually bloom. The pain will gradually lighten, and your sleep will become more peaceful than ever before. Remember that the one who forgives is not weak, but courageous, for they dare to look at the wound, dare to heal it, and dare to live on with a heart full of forbearance. And when you can forgive, you not only liberate yourself, but also liberate the other person from the burden of guilt in their own mind. Someone once said, if you cannot forgive, you will carry the pain of the past for the rest of your life. But if you learn to let go, you will understand that everything is just a lesson. The person who came to cause you pain is the very one who helps you grow. The one who betrayed you is the very one who helps you realize the value of sincerity. The one who left you is the very one who teaches you how to stand alone without fear. And so, we no longer resent, but only feel gratitude. When gratitude arises, resentment vanishes like thin mist in the wind. Forgiveness is no longer a difficult task, but becomes the instinct of a soul that has understood the way. We live more gently, speak more softly, and see the world with eyes of compassion. Life is inherently impermanent. The person who hurts us today may be the one who comes to apologize tomorrow. The person who causes us to suffer today may be shouldering another suffering that we know nothing about. So what is the point of holding on to resentment? Is it not better to learn how to love, even those who have once made us sad? To let go of resentment does not mean to forget everything, but to choose not to let the past control the present. We still remember, but with a peaceful heart. We still think, but with a mind of loving kindness. And that is true freedom. When the heart is at rest, sleep will be deep. When the mind is light, tomorrow will be different. Each night, if we can listen again to the Buddha's teachings to remind ourselves of impermanence, of forgiveness, of a compassionate heart, then even though this life still has many storms, there will be moments of peace, like a gentle breeze. Forgive because you deserve to be free. Let go of resentment because you deserve to be at peace. And trust that every time we know how to love, the universe will love us back 1,000-fold. There are days we feel our hearts are unusually narrow. A small word can make us irritable. A careless action by someone can cause us to dwell on it, feeling slighted and hurt. We feel that people are difficult, that everyone is intentionally trying to upset us, that no one understands us, no one is sincere. The more we think this way, the more we withdraw, the more we close our hearts. We then live in a safe shell where we believe that if we do not open our hearts, we will not be hurt again. But we fail to see that it is precisely this closing of the heart that makes us lonelier than any wound. The Buddha taught that when a person's heart is veiled by narrow-mindedness, the light of wisdom cannot shine through. Narrow-mindedness is the root of aversion, of division, and of suffering. It causes us to see everything through the small frame of the ego. We forget that this world is not just us, but others as well. Each person carries a story, a suffering, a perspective of their own. Someone once said, "When we clench our fist, we can hold nothing. When we open our heart, the whole world is in our hand." This saying sounds simple, yet it contains a profound lesson. A clenched fist is the image of a person who holds tightly to what they believe is right, is good, is just. But in that clenched fist, there is no room for anything new, for love or compassion to enter. But when we open our hearts, it is like opening our hands. We can receive everything, whether it is smiles or tears, joys or sorrow. All can become seeds for understanding. In this life, so many conflicts arise simply because people's hearts are too small. A brief exchange of words, a trivial misunderstanding, a little one-upmanship in conversation can cause us to become resentful and distant. Then, from a small crack, affection gradually fades. Friends become strangers. Neighbors become adversaries. There are things that, if we had just yielded a step or offered a smile, everything would have been peaceful. But instead, we choose to cling to our pride, and in doing so, push ourselves into suffering. Long ago, in a small village by a river, there were two houses side by side, belonging to Mrs. Lie and Mr. Fuck. Between the two houses stood an ancient mango tree. The tree grew right on the boundary line. Its trunk was on Mrs. Lie's side, but its canopy spread over to Mr. Fuck's. Every mango season, whichever side the fruit fell on, that household would collect it. Everything was peaceful until one year the mangoes on Mrs. Lie's side were few, while on Mr. Fuck's side there were many. Seeing this, Mrs. Lie became angry, believing that Mr. Fuck had intentionally shaken the tree to make the fruit fall on his side. From then on, whenever she saw him pass by, she would glare, sigh, and utter sarcastic remarks. Mr. Fuck felt sad when he heard them, but said nothing in return. One day, a strong wind blew, and mangoes fell all over his yard. He looked at the basket of ripe, golden mangoes, and remembering his angry neighbor, he suddenly thought, if I bring these over as a gift, she might misunderstand and think I am mocking her. But then he remembered his father's teaching from long ago. When a person's heart is hot with anger, only a kind heart can cool it. He gently picked the most beautiful mangoes, placed them in a basket, and went to knock on Mrs. Lie's door. When the door opened, she saw him and was about to close it, but he managed to say, "I've brought you some mangoes. The wind yesterday made so many fall, and my family can't eat them all." She paused, looking at the basket of fragrant, golden mangoes, and fell silent. She was flustered and could not say a word. He just smiled. This mango tree lives between our two houses. It doesn't distinguish between anyone. Whichever side the wind blows the mangoes to is just due to conditions. If we keep this resentment in our hearts, the tree will no longer be happy enough to bear fruit. From that day on, Mrs. Lai stopped being angry. She even brought him some cakes in return, and the two became close friends. Every mango season, they would harvest the fruit together, divide it equally, and then sit under the shade of the tree, telling stories of their lives. That mango tree, once a cause of dispute, became a symbol of a neighborly love and forbearance. The Buddha taught that the human heart is like the earth. The more expansive it is, the more wholesome things it can nurture. One who knows how to open their heart will find life as light as the wind, for they are not entangled. They know that what we give away is never lost, but is transformed into merit. Conversely, a narrow-minded person is like a small vase. A single drop of water will cause it to overflow. A vast heart is like the ocean. No matter how many drops of water are poured into it, it remains serene. We are narrow-minded because we fear loss, fear others being better than us, fear being taken advantage of, fear not being recognized. But in truth, all these fears arise from ego clinging. The I always believes it is the center. When we learn to see further, to understand that everyone has their own suffering, we will become less narrow-minded. A person who speaks harshly may be under pressure. A person who behaves poorly may be feeling insecure. When we open our hearts to understand, anger naturally dissolves. A monk once said, "A narrow mind sees suffering. A vast mind sees peace." That short saying is so true. When we live with a vast mind, we no longer compare. We know that each person is walking their own path of learning. Some are learning the lesson of patience, some are learning about compassion, and we too are learning about forbearance. If we are angry at them because they do not yet understand enough, how is that different from being angry at a child because it cannot yet walk? There are times we will find ourselves reacting too quickly. Someone says a word, and we immediately respond with pride. Later, when we calm down, we see that it was nothing serious. At that moment, we realize that narrow-mindedness not only hurts others, but also causes us to lose ourselves, our composure, our loving kindness, our serenity. The Buddha taught that one with a narrow mind sees only the faults of others. One with a vast mind sees only the wholesome. When we are always looking at the faults of others, our hearts give rise to affliction. But when we practice seeing with the eyes of compassion, we find that everything is worthy of understanding. And it is precisely at that moment that we become free. If each day we spend a little time contemplating our own hearts, we will see how many times we have closed them without knowing. When someone succeeds, we feel jealous. When someone is praised, we feel annoyed. When someone makes a mistake, we feel a sense of satisfaction. All these reactions are expressions of a narrow mind. They come very quickly, silent as a passing cloud. But if we do not recognize them, they will obscure the light of compassion within us. Try opening your heart with one small act. When you see someone happy, smile and wish them well. When you see someone stumble, think, may they be at peace. When someone does wrong, instead of blaming, think, may they soon awaken. With just one wholesome thought, we have sown a good seed in our mind. And that seed, if nurtured with a loving heart, will blossom into the flower of forbearance. The Buddha taught the 4 immeasurable minds: loving kindness, metta, compassion, karuna, sympathetic joy, mudita, and equanimity, upekkha. These are 4 ways of living that help people find joy and peace amidst a life of many changes. Loving kindness is the mind that wishes to offer happiness. Compassion is the mind that wishes to relieve suffering. Sympathetic joy is rejoicing in the happiness of others. And equanimity is letting go of clinging and attachments. When we can live with these 4 minds, narrow-mindedness naturally disappears. Try a small practice each night before sleep. Sit quietly, breathing gently. As you breathe in, think that you are breathing in the energy of love. As you breathe out, think that you are releasing all narrow-mindedness. Then say silently to yourself, may all sentient beings be happy and at peace. May those I love be well. May even those who have made me sad also be well. Repeat this a few times, and you will feel your heart warm. Your resentments gradually dissolve, leaving only a lightness, like a cool breeze on a quiet night. The sound of the wind, the resonant chime of a temple bell, the chirping of insects in the night, all seem to merge with the breath, like a reminder that all things have their place in this life. When we open our hearts, we also merge into that stream of life, no longer distinguishing between me and other, gain and loss. A person who lives with forbearance will always have many friends, much joy, and few enemies. Wherever they go, they are loved and respected because the energy they radiate is one of peace. In contrast, a narrow-minded person, even with money and status, will find it difficult to be happy. They are always suspicious, always afraid of others surpassing them, always living in opposition. Their lives are therefore weary. Remember that no one in this world is perfect. Each person has a light side and a dark side. When we only see the dark side of others, we miss the opportunity to see the good they are striving to reach. But when we see with a heart of forbearance, we see that everyone is on their own path of learning, just like us. They, too, will change, will grow in understanding and love. Tonight, as you listen to these words, let the gentle sound flow through your mind. Imagine your heart is like a lotus blossom opening in the middle of a still lake. Each breath is a petal unfurling, releasing the fragrance of compassion. In that moment, you are no longer someone who is angry, no longer someone who has been hurt, but just a soul returning to its original peace. To let go of narrow-mindedness does not mean to forget everything, but to understand that there is nothing worth clinging to. When we open our hearts, we gain more than we lose. We gain more joy, more peace, more love. And when the heart is vast, the world around us suddenly becomes more beautiful, more gentle. This life, in the end, is not a battle for gain and loss, but a journey to learn how to love. Each person who comes to us, whether bringing joy or sorrow, is a teacher helping us to learn another lesson. When we open our hearts to receive them, we have taken a great step on the path of awakening. Let tonight be a night of settling. Let go of what makes your heart narrow. Open up to receive the breath, the sound, life, and love. And let the Buddha's teaching resound in your mind. When we clench our fist, we can hold nothing. When we open our heart, the whole world is in our hand. There are evenings after a long, tiring day when we sit silently in a small room, hearing only the sound of our own breath mingling with the rhythm of the wind outside the porch. In that moment, we realize that what makes our hearts heavy is not necessarily the events of life, but the way we perceive everything. People can live in the same circumstances, yet one laments their suffering while another finds peace. The Buddha taught that whether we experience suffering or joy, heaviness or lightness, it all comes from our own minds. When the mind is open and vast, we find everything becomes more pleasant. When the mind is narrow, every trivial matter turns into a storm within the heart. There are times we ask ourselves, why do I live perpetually in weariness, in the turmoil of emotions, in nameless resentments? We want to find peace, but the more we search, the further away it seems. Perhaps it is because we have not yet learned one simple yet profound thing: to see life more lightly. Lightly does not mean to be indifferent or to abandon things, but to know how to understand, how to smile when things do not go as we wish, to know that everything is impermanent, that nothing lasts forever. The Buddha once taught that one who knows how to see things lightly is one who is living in freedom. When we are not swept away by gain and loss, by more and less, we will find life becomes as gentle as a river after the rain. See life more lightly, and the mind immediately opens and becomes vast. And when the mind is vast, life is naturally joyful. This is the Lin Ung Dharma channel. I remember a very small story, but every time I recall it, I feel my heart soften. In a small market, there was a woman named Mrs. Nam, who had been selling sweet soup for many years. Her sweet soup was famous for being perfectly sweet, smooth, and chewy. Everyone who ate it praised it. One day, a stranger came, and after tasting a bowl, said in an annoyed tone, "This sweet soup is awful. There's nothing good about it at all." The people around fell silent. Some felt embarrassed for her. Some were even angry on her behalf. But Mrs. Nam just smiled gently. Whether it's sweet or not depends on the heart of the person eating it, my child. The guest said nothing more and left. The next day, that same guest returned. For some reason, it was the same bowl of sweet soup, the same flavor. But when they ate it this time, it tasted exceptionally delicious. They looked at Mrs. Nam and smiled, as if they had understood something. She just said softly, "The sweet soup is the same as yesterday. Only one's heart has changed." The story is small, but it holds a profound lesson. This life is just like Mrs. Nam's bowl of sweet soup. Whether we taste sweetness or bitterness each day is not because life has changed, but because our own hearts have changed. When the heart is narrow, we see everyone as hurtful and everything as unsatisfactory. When the heart is open, we see everyone as deserving of compassion and everything as something we can forbear. In the Dharma, this is called circumstances depend on the mind. This means that the external world does not in itself give rise to suffering or joy. Rather, it is a reflection of our own minds. When the mind is clear, the world is bright. When the mind is murky, the world is dim. A true practitioner is not one who avoids the world, but one who knows how to see the world through different eyes. Some might say that life is full of storms. So how can one see it lightly. In truth, to see lightly is not to flee from the storms, but to learn how to stand firm in the midst of them. It is like a boatman in the open sea. They cannot stop the winds from rising, but they can learn to keep their balance so as not to be swept away. A vast mind is the same. When we learn not to be swayed by trivial things, we will find our hearts become more steadfast and clear-sighted. The Buddha taught that when we clench our fist, we can hold nothing. When we open our heart, the whole world is in our hand. This saying is so beautiful and so true. When we clench, we can only hold a tiny speck of dust from the world. But when we open up, the whole sky, the clouds, the wind, and the light can all enter. Life is like that. The more we try to hold on, the more tired we become. The more lightly we let go, the more freely we move. A student of the Dharma does not need to go to the temple every day, nor chant sutras all night. Sometimes, just by living with forbearance, with a vast mind, knowing how to listen and how to smile at the mistakes of others, that itself is practice. Look around us. How many people, because of a single word or a small misunderstanding, have lost relationships of many years? Some, because of one criticism, cannot forgive for a lifetime. Some, because of a small wound, let their hearts become hardened. All these things only cause us more suffering and do not make life better. The Buddha taught that hatred cannot be overcome by hatred. Only with loving kindness can it be done. When we treat people with a narrow mind, we will only see more limitations. But when we open our hearts, the world automatically opens up. Just like Mrs. Nam in the story, if she had chosen to react with anger, perhaps that guest would have left in frustration and never returned. But thanks to her forbearance, she not only maintained peace in her own mind, but also sowed a wholesome seed in another's heart. That is the power of a vast mind. The Buddha once said that a person who knows how to live with forbearance is one who knows how to nurture happiness. Because when we forgive, we not only liberate the other person, but also liberate ourselves. When we know how to open our hearts, we are no longer bound by the past, no longer held back by small things. The mind is like the sky, vast and clear. Even if clouds cover it, a gentle wind is all it takes for the light to stream in again. There is a small lesson we can practice every day to nurture a vast mind. Each morning when you wake up, take a minute to breathe deeply and ask yourself, who can I smile at today? What can I be light-hearted about? Then, choose one person with whom you were once unhappy, one thing that frustrated you, and practice seeing it with the eyes of compassion. Just by changing one perspective, the world around you also changes. Or, each evening before sleep, try sitting quietly for a few minutes, breathing in very slowly, breathing out very deeply, feeling each breath as it enters and leaves your chest. When the mind begins to still, tell yourself, I no longer want to carry these heavy things into my sleep. I ask to let them go. Though these words are gentle, they have great power. They are like a wind that blows away the fog, returning to us a clear sky within our souls. One who knows how to see life more lightly will no longer be easily hurt, because they understand that everyone is carrying their own private suffering. A difficult person may be so because their heart has never known gentleness. A hot-tempered person may be so because no one has ever truly listened to them. When we understand this, we no longer want to argue, but only to understand. And when we learn how to understand, we are walking the path of compassion. Compassion is not weakness, but the strength of a steadfast heart. When we are strong enough not to be swept away by anger, we will find our minds at ease. A vast mind does not come naturally. It is the result of cultivation, of each time we choose love instead of blame, choose understanding instead of judgment. Every day, we have the opportunity to open our hearts a little more. A gentle word, a kind glance, a warm smile, all are small steps on that path of practice. In the end, we will realize that happiness lies not in how many things we have, but in how many things we can be light-hearted about. When we stop comparing, stop competing, we will see that life is still so lovely, even on days of heavy rain. Therefore, each night before closing your eyes, silently remind yourself, today I have lived fully. Though there were mistakes, I still chose forbearance. Though there was suffering, I still chose to smile. This is the way for each of us, day by day, to free ourselves from affliction, so that the mind may be at peace, and life also at peace. May whoever is listening to the Buddha's teachings today, wherever you are, whatever you are going through, be able to lightly release your afflictions, open your heart to yourself, and smile upon the world with eyes of compassion. For when the mind is vast, life will be joyful. When we know how to see everything with a light heart, suffering too will dissolve like morning dew under the sun. There are evenings after a long, tiring day when we sit in a small room, the pale yellow light cast upon the wall, listening to the sound of the wind rustling past the window. In that quiet moment, we suddenly realize that most of the weariness, the worries of human life, are not because we lack anything, but because we do not yet know what is enough. Modern life allows people to have more, yet their minds are more unsettled. Some have money, have large and stately homes, but still feel empty inside. Some have nothing of note, yet can still smile peacefully as they watch the early morning sun. The Buddha taught that to know contentment is to be content. To know enough is to have enough. Knowing sufficiency is the greatest blessing. There are times we keep chasing after something, hoping for more, hoping to be loved more, hoping for others to understand us more. We think that when we achieve that thing, we will be happy. But once we have it, we still feel a lack, still feel unsettled, still feel incomplete. The craving mind has no limits, like a cracked cup that can never be filled, no matter how much water is poured into it. The Buddha once taught, "One who knows sufficiency, though lying on the ground, will feel joy. One who does not know sufficiency, though in a heavenly realm, will not be content." This saying contains a simple yet profound truth. Happiness lies not in quantity, but in perception. I remember a small story about Mr. Hoa, a farmer who lived in a poor countryside. His house was thatched with leaves, containing only an old table and a small oil lamp. Every evening, he would sit on his porch, listening to the chirping of crickets, watching the faint moonlight filter through the bamboo grove. When his nephew from the city came to visit and saw this simple scene, he asked, "Aren't you suffering, Grandpa? In the city, people have bright lights, televisions, all sorts of conveniences, and you only have this little lamp." Mr. Hoa smiled gently. "A small lamp is enough to light the night. When the heart is sufficient, one does not need much." That saying seems simple, but it is a great lesson on the way of life. For in today's society, we are easily swept into the current of desire, of comparison, of competition. We forget that a person does not need much to be happy. What we need is not to possess many things, but to have a mind that knows how to cherish what we have. The Buddha taught that the one who knows contentment is the richest person. Rich not because of money, but because the mind feels no lack. When the mind knows sufficiency, we naturally feel at ease, wherever we are. But when the mind is insufficient, even in a place of wealth and luxury, we still feel unsettled, still feel that something is missing. This life is like a glass of water. Some taste it and find it bitter. Some find it sweet. But the nature of the water itself does not change. Only the minds of those who drink it are different. When our mind is angry, everything becomes unpleasant. When our mind is serene, everything is more pleasant. To live simply does not mean to live in hardship, but to know how to let go of unnecessary things. Sometimes we buy many things only to fill our rooms, but in doing so, we clutter our own hearts. Sometimes we want many relationships, but in doing so, we lose our tranquility. Simplicity is when we learn to choose what is truly important and what should be set down. The more simply we live, the more we can taste the true flavor of life, like a tea that is first astringent, but then sweet, like the sound of a temple bell resonating in the quiet evening. Some ask, how can one live simply in this complicated world? The Buddha taught, begin with the mind. When our mind is simple, everything around us also becomes light. Simplicity is not abandoning everything, but keeping what brings us peace. Simplicity is when we can be happy with a plain meal, grateful for a cool drink of water, appreciative of a kind inquiry. When we realize that happiness is not far away, but right here in these simple things, the heart immediately feels sufficient. Try to look back at your own life. Have we not lost moments of peace simply because we were endlessly pursuing fleeting things? Have we not felt envious of others, forgetting that we ourselves have many precious things? Some have grand houses, but no peaceful sleep. Some drive luxury cars, but their minds are still anxious. But that old man with his small oil lamp, though poor, his mind was brighter than the lamp, for he knew contentment. One evening, on the Lin Ung Dharma channel, I remember hearing a master teach that knowing sufficiency is not about abandoning effort, but about knowing when to stop. People need to strive, but should not be led by ambition. It is like drinking water. One only needs enough to quench one's thirst. Drinking more will only lead to a bloated stomach. To know enough is to know the stopping point of desire. This is not a limitation, but an awakening. Practicing contentment each day is not difficult. We need only to focus our minds on what we already have. Each morning, instead of complaining of fatigue, silently give thanks that you have been able to wake up. At each meal, instead of complaining it is simple, remember that so many people are still hungry. Whenever you encounter something that is not to your liking, tell yourself that everything happens for a reason, and you are still learning how to be at peace. The Buddha once said that one who knows contentment is one who finds joy in every breath. Try sitting quietly, taking a very deep breath, feeling the air move in and out. Every breath is a gift. When we become aware of this, we will find a natural gratitude filling our hearts. Happiness need not be sought in faraway places. It lies in every present moment. There is a simple yet very effective practice, the daily contentment exercise. Before going to sleep, write down 3 things you are grateful for from the day. It could be a delicious meal, a kind greeting, or just the sunlight streaming through the window. When we focus on these things, the mind will gradually transform from dissatisfaction to gratitude, from a sense of lack to a sense of fullness, just like Mr. Hoa, who lived a simple yet happy life. Once, during a heavy rain, the wind blew out his lamp. His nephew asked worriedly, "Aren't you afraid of the dark, Grandpa?" He laughed. "After dark comes the dawn. When the lamp goes out, we still have the light in our hearts." That saying is the very spirit of the Dharma. For one who knows contentment does not depend on external conditions, but lives by the light of their own mind. Simplicity is not poverty. It is freedom. When we are not dependent on material things, we live more lightly. When we are not bound by greed, we go further. Peace is the greatest blessing, for only when the mind is tranquil can we see life clearly. Some people spend their whole lives searching for blessings, not knowing that the greatest blessing is to know sufficiency, to have a peaceful mind. The Buddha once compared the human mind to a glass of water. If we stir it, the water becomes cloudy. If we let it be still, the water becomes clear. Life is the same. The more complex it becomes, the more turbulent it is, and the more tired we become. When we know how to stop, how to let our hearts be still, we will find a space of serenity within ourselves. Therefore, each night before sleep, set aside a little time for stillness. Sit quietly, breathe in deeply, and breathe out slowly. Feel each breath, each beat of your heart, each tiny sound around you. When the mind returns to the breath, dull afflictions dissolve like mist in the early morning sun. Tell yourself silently, "I am sufficient. I need nothing more. I am at peace in the present." If someone were to ask what happiness is, perhaps the simplest answer would be that happiness is when we know we have enough. Enough so that the heart does not endlessly crave. Enough to be able to smile in adversity, enough to love the simple things around us. Tonight, as you listen to the Buddha's teachings, let your mind settle. Let desires, worries, and fatigue temporarily recede. Let the sound of your own breath become a gentle sutra. Let each heartbeat be a grateful smile. Life is short. Do not waste it chasing things that are not truly needed. Live simply, so your heart may be as light as the wind. Know sufficiency, so that every day may be a day of blessings. And remember that peace comes not from without, but from within our very own minds. When we know how to stop, when we realize we have enough, happiness is immediately present. May each person who hears the Buddha's words tonight find a small lamp within their heart. Though the winds may blow and the rains may fall outside, may that lamp remain bright, illuminating the path of peace and contentment, so that we may know that happiness has never, in truth, been far away. There are nights so quiet, only the sound of a soft sigh can be heard in the small room. We sit silently, looking back at the road we have traveled, and feel our hearts heavy with things left incomplete. Sometimes we ask ourselves, why am I so tired when no one is forcing me to run so fast? We want happiness, but the more we chase it, the further it seems to get. We want the best, but the more we search, the more we feel a lack. Modern life seems to sweep people into a relentless whirlwind of desire and comparison. We always believe that if we just had a little more, everything would be fine. One more success, one more word of praise, one more person who understands us, a more beautiful house, a better car, a healthier body. But strangely, the more we have, the more unsettled our hearts become. The more we long to attain something, the more we fear losing it. In our depths, each of us is searching for our own perfect leaf, like the student of old in the endless field, walking on and on, never stopping to realize that happiness is right here, beneath our very own feet. The Buddha taught that the one who knows contentment is the richest person. To know sufficiency is not to cease striving, but to be able to live in the midst of the world, while still maintaining a mind that is at peace in the face of gain and loss, of more and less. When we know how to be content with what we have, it is not that we abandon our dreams, but rather that we are grateful for the present, so that every dream is born from joy and not from suffering. Living in this world, everyone carries within their heart a yearning to be recognized, to be loved, to be successful. But sometimes it is this very yearning that makes us forget that each passing moment of the present is the most precious thing of all. We lose our peace by endlessly comparing our lives with others. Instead of looking deeply into ourselves, we exhaust ourselves chasing a perfect image that we think we must achieve. But perfection is an illusion. This life is like a vast field. If we do not stop, we will never see the beauty of a single leaf beneath our feet. Long ago, there was a student named Min. One day, Min's master said to him, "If you want to understand what true happiness is, go across the field before you and find for me the most beautiful blade of grass. But remember, you can only walk forward. You cannot turn back." Min set off enthusiastically. The field stretched out boundlessly, bathed in the early morning sun. He saw the first blade of grass, lush green and glistening with dew. But Min thought, perhaps there will be an even more beautiful one ahead. And so he walked on. Each subsequent blade had its own unique beauty, but he was still not quite satisfied. That one is a little wrinkled. This one is a little small. Another's color is not quite even. Min walked on and on. The sun had risen high, and its rays began to grow harsh. When the field was nearly at its end, he realized he had not chosen a single blade of grass. In Min's hand, there was only empty space. He returned with his head bowed, his heart filled with regret. The master saw him and just smiled benevolently, saying, "Do you see, my son? While you were busy searching for the most beautiful blade of grass, you passed by countless beautiful ones. Life is the same. One who is always searching for perfection will never find peace. To be content with the present is the greatest wisdom." That story, though it sounds simple, is a mirror reflecting the lives of so many people. There are those who, in their endless search for something better, forget the good they already have. There are those who, dreaming of a distant happiness, do not know that they are already living in the midst of happiness. A mother longs for her child to grow up quickly, and then, when the child is grown, she misses the days of their childhood. A young person longs to be wealthy, and then, when they have money, they yearn to return to a time of no worries. The one with a house wishes for a bigger one. The one with love wishes for their partner to be more perfect. And so we go on and on, searching, only to one day look back and see that the field of our life is nearly at its end, yet our hands are still empty. The Buddha taught that the root of suffering is the craving mind. When we do not know how to stop, how to be sufficient, the mind will always be agitated, like a person drinking seawater. The more they drink, the thirstier they become. The more we want, the more we fear losing. The tighter we grasp, the more weary we become. To be content does not mean to stop moving forward, but to know how to cherish every step on the path we are walking. When we see life with a grateful heart, we find everything becomes lighter. A simple meal tastes delicious. An ordinary morning feels precious. A loving glance feels warm. Happiness is not a destination, but every breath we are living in mindfulness. One day, when Min had grown up, he understood that his master's lesson years ago was not just about a blade of grass, but about life itself. He realized that the things we do not have are sometimes not as important as cherishing the things we do. Min no longer chased after the most beautiful, but learned to sit quietly under the shade of a tree, watch the leaves fall, listen to the wind blow across the field, and feel an extraordinary peace in his heart. It was only then that he truly understood what happiness is. When we know how to be content, our minds become vast and open. A content person does not envy, does not compare, does not cling. They live in the midst of the world, as if standing in a cool stream. Even large waves do not disturb them, for they know that all things are impermanent. What is here today may be gone tomorrow. Therefore, they cherish every moment they have. The Buddha once said that contentment is the first step of wisdom. Contentment is not resignation, but a clear understanding of the nature of life, that nothing is forever perfect. Only a mind that knows sufficiency can bring peace. Life is like a cup of tea. If you keep stirring, the water will be cloudy. Only when you set the cup down and let the tea leaves settle can you taste the true flavor. Likewise, only when our minds settle can we see life clearly and know what is truly precious. Some ask, how can one know sufficiency in a world of constant change? The answer lies in being awake in every moment. When we eat, just eat, feeling the taste of the food. When we breathe, just breathe, grateful for the breath still moving in and out of our chest. When we look at a person, just look, and see life being present. Every mindful moment is a lotus blossom opening in the mind. Try a small practice. Tonight, before you sleep, light a small candle or simply turn off your phone and sit quietly in the silent darkness. Breathe in deeply, breathe out slowly. Feel the breath moving in and out at the tip of your nose. Then say gently to yourself, I am grateful that today I am still breathing, still able to see the light, still have a home to return to. By practicing just like this for 2 or 3 minutes each day, you will feel your heart change. When we are grateful, we will feel we have enough. When we feel we have enough, we naturally feel at peace. An old man once said, "The greatest suffering of a person is not lack, but not knowing that one already has enough." He recounted that in the past he was very poor, making a living by mending shoes at a corner of the market. Whenever customers came, they paid very little, yet he always smiled. People asked him, "Don't you feel you're at a disadvantage?" He would just reply, "Losing a little to gain a great joy." The years passed, and he remained as poor as before, but everyone who met him felt happy. One evening, his nephew asked, "Grandpa, you've worked your whole life but have nothing to spare. Aren't you sad?" He smiled gently. A small lamp is enough to light the night. When the heart is sufficient, one does not need much. That saying made his nephew fall silent. Yes, sometimes we are so busy lighting large lamps that we forget that just one small ray of light is enough to dispel the darkness. To live simply and know sufficiency does not mean to live in deprivation. It is inner freedom. When the mind is no longer bound by desire, we naturally find life to be light and easy. A person of wisdom is not one who has much, but one who has little, yet knows how to rejoice in that little. It is like a flower. It does not compare itself to the flower next to it. It just blooms in its own way. But human beings suffer because of comparison, grow weary because of wanting more, and feel unsettled because of fearing loss. But when we understand that everything is just a temporary coming together of conditions, what is there to compare? The clouds in the sky still drift, the wind still blows, the water still flows. Only the human heart needs to pause a little to breathe. Peace comes not from how much we have, but from how we see what we have. Some have the whole world, yet still feel empty. Some have nothing but a smile and a bowl of rice, yet their hearts are serene. The Buddha taught, "Know sufficiency, and you will be sufficient." This is the great blessing. When we know sufficiency, we live in the joy of the present moment. When we do not know sufficiency, no matter how much we have, we will never feel happy. Let your heart be like the surface of a still lake, without ripples, so that happiness may cast its reflection upon it. As you close a long day before sinking into sleep, you can ask yourself one question. Was I sufficient today? If the answer is yes, I was sufficient, then even though life still has many imperfections, you are living in a state of blessing. For when the mind is at peace, any place is a peaceful abode. Happiness is not found in grand things, but in the way we smile with the present. A warm cup of tea, the song of a bird, a gentle, sunlit afternoon, a loved one by our side. That is the very happiness we have always been searching for. So tonight, as you listen to these words, allow your heart to relax. Look back at the simple things around you and say a word of thanks. For sometimes we only need to stop, and happiness is right there. And in that quiet moment, we will understand that there is no need to go far, no need to be perfect. Just knowing how to be content is enough. When the mind is sufficient, life will be sufficient. When the heart is at peace, life will be at peace. When we are content, suffering will dissolve like the morning mist under the sun. And just like that, tonight you can sleep so peacefully, knowing that happiness has never been far from you. It is right here, in this very breath, in this very present moment. There are evenings when the last light of day fades on the rooftops, and we suddenly feel our hearts sink, a sense of emptiness seeping into every breath. It is as if we have gone too far, have forgotten something truly simple yet sacred. We have passed through so many years, struggling, striving, and stumbling, only to stop and realize that we no longer know how to see the world as we did in the beginning. In the past, just a shower of rain could make us cheer with joy. A single flower could leave us spellbound. Now, rain makes us worry about slippery roads, and flowers make us fear their petals will fall and dirty the yard. As we grow older, our eyes gradually lose their clarity, and our souls are gradually covered by a layer of dust from comparison, calculation, and fear. The Buddha once taught that when our minds return to a state of non-conceptuality, without discrimination, without clinging, that is when we are living with our true mind. That mind is the mind of an innocent child, pure and clear, not obscured by the dust of greed, aversion, and delusion. A child sees rain as rain, sees sun as sun, without thinking the rain is a nuisance or fearing the heat of the sun. But an adult, upon seeing dark clouds, immediately worries. Upon seeing a ray of sunshine, fears getting burned. Our minds are no longer as pure as they once were, because we always look at the world through the lens of fear, of gain and loss, of calculation. One afternoon, in the courtyard of a small temple in a quiet village, a very simple yet profound event took place. A little girl named An, only 6 years old, was at the temple with her mother to offer incense. As they were walking, a sudden early-season rain began to fall. Everyone hurried to find shelter, afraid of getting their clothes wet, afraid of catching a cold. Only little An stopped, tilted her head up to the sky, her sparkling eyes catching the first drops of rain. She stretched out her hands to feel the cool water, and then burst into clear laughter. That laughter echoed through the space, as light as a temple bell ringing in the quiet afternoon. A nun, seeing this from a distance, smiled benevolently and said softly to those taking shelter, "Do you see? That is the mind of a child. It sees rain as rain, without discrimination, without fear. When the mind is clear, rain is also Dharma. Sun is also Dharma." Those words made everyone fall silent. Something simple yet profound spread through the space. Some people smiled, others bowed their heads in thought. The rain was still falling, but it no longer seemed cold. It became gentle, as if it were washing the souls of those who listened. Little An was still running playfully in the rain, her clothes soaked through, but her face was radiant. Her mother stood watching her child, and suddenly felt her own heart still. It had been a long time since she had heard such carefree laughter, and she suddenly realized that when we live in fear, we lose the pure joy of the present moment. The Dharma teaches that a practitioner does not necessarily have to go into a deep forest or up a high mountain, but only needs to learn how to return to their original mind. What is that original mind? It is when we look at life without labeling, without judging, without comparing. It is when we see a flower as just a flower, a person as just a person, sadness as just sadness. We do not call it good. We do not call it bad. We just see it as it is. When we can live like that, our hearts are naturally at peace, because there is nothing left to resist, nothing to force. The ancients had a saying, "When the mind is clear, the scenery is clear," meaning that when the mind is pure, the surrounding world also becomes beautiful. One person looks at a rainy day and feels annoyed. Another sees it as a moment that washes away the dust of the world. The only difference is in the mind. The eyes of a child look at the world with curiosity and love. The eyes of an adult often look with fear and judgment. Therefore, what a student of the way needs to practice is not to try to forget the world, but to see the world with a mind as clear as a child's. A Zen master once said, "Look at the world with dust-free eyes." When we look with such eyes, we will see the entire universe in a drop of rain, the breath of spring in a single leaf, both love and suffering in a single person, and both love and anger within ourselves. To realize that all things are in flux, that there is nothing to resist, nothing to eliminate, that is wisdom. When wisdom is present, the mind is naturally innocent. The story of little An reminds us of our own younger selves. In the past, we did not need much to be happy. Just a leaf spinning in the wind, a kite flying in the sky, or a small puddle of water could make us laugh. Now, we have everything. Yet our hearts still feel empty. Why is that? Because we have lost the ability to live fully in the present moment. Our minds are pulled back to the past, worried about the future, and so cannot be at peace with the present. The Buddha taught that no one can step into the same river twice. The river of time is always flowing. Every moment is new. But adults want to hold on, want to cling to what has passed, and so they suffer. A child does not think that way. It plays, it laughs, it cries, and then it laughs again. All of it is sincere. A child does not hide its emotions, does not pretend, does not plan for the future, yet it lives so completely in the present moment. That is the very mindfulness the Buddha taught. Mindfulness is not trying to sit still or trying to eliminate thoughts, but to see clearly everything that is happening within and around us, without judgment. When we are sad, we know we are sad. When we are tired, we know we are tired. When we hear the sound of rain, we know it is raining. Just that. But that is the path of returning to ourselves. Many people go to the temple to find peace. But peace is not in the incense smoke or the temple bells. It is in the ability to see things as they are. When we no longer discriminate between good and bad, more and less, when we let the mind flow naturally, like a stream of water, we will find life to be much more gentle. Little An was not afraid of the rain because she did not think of rain as a bad thing. Adults are afraid of the rain because their minds are filled with concepts. That difference is the boundary between an ordinary mind and a pure mind. The Buddha taught that within every person is the Buddha nature, meaning that within each of us already exists the seed of wisdom and compassion. But that seed is covered by layers of soil, of worry, fear, and clinging. If we want that seed to sprout, we need to water it with mindfulness and love. Every time we know to stop, to breathe, to smile, to listen to the sound of the rain, we are helping that seed to grow. If today we are feeling heavy-hearted, let us try closing our eyes, taking a very deep breath, and then opening our eyes to see the world as a child seeing the light for the first time. Look at the face of a loved one without the labels of lovable or blameworthy, but just see them as a person walking through life with us. Look at the rain without thinking of it as an inconvenience or a mess, but just see it as water returning to the earth. When we look with such a mind, we will naturally find everything becomes lighter. A monk once taught his disciples, when you look at a flower, do not think of it as a beautiful flower or an ugly flower. Just look. When you hear a bird sing, do not think of its song as pleasant or unpleasant. Just listen. When you walk, do not think of whether you are walking fast or slow. Just know that you are walking. That is the practice of mindfulness. When mindfulness is present, suffering will gradually dissolve, because suffering only exists when we cling to judgments. Just like little An, she did not think about the rain, so she was free in the midst of the rain. Adults think too much, and so they bind themselves in fear. In reality, there is nothing in life to be afraid of. It is only the thoughts in our heads that make us afraid. When we let go of those labels, the world becomes new and incredibly lovely. So let us learn again from children. Learn to laugh without reason, to cry sincerely, to love without calculation, and to live fully in every moment. When we eat, we just know eating. When we listen, we just know listening. When we breathe, we just know we are breathing. Each of these simple actions is meditation, is living mindfulness. Tonight, before you go to sleep, try a small exercise. Sit quietly, close your eyes, and relax your entire body. Breathe in gently, feeling the breath enter. Breathe out slowly, feeling the breath leave. As you breathe in, think, I am living. As you breathe out, think, I am letting go. Do this for a few minutes, and you will feel a lightness gradually spreading. All afflictions and worries will also slowly dissolve like smoke and clouds. Then smile and think of the image of little An under the first rain of the season. That rain, in the eyes of an adult, was a nuisance, but in the eyes of a child, it was a miracle. This life, in truth, is always full of miracles. It is just a matter of whether we can still see them. When we practice seeing life through the eyes of a child, we will see the wondrous in the ordinary. A dewdrop on a leaf, the sound of the wind through the porch, the smile of a loved one, all become precious. And when our hearts know gratitude, the world around us naturally changes as well. Tonight, if your heart is heavy, remember that you do not need to become someone else. You only need to return to your true self, with the clear eyes of the beginning. At that time, all suffering will spontaneously dissolve because your mind no longer clings to it. This life is like the first rain of the season, at times cold, at times warm. But if we know how to see with a pure soul, we will see that every drop of rain carries the love of heaven and earth. May you have a peaceful night. May you, amidst the many storms of life, still keep your clear eyes to see that whether it is rain or sun, joy or sorrow, all is Dharma, all is a lesson, all is a gift that life offers. There are days we walk through life and feel that the world around us is colder than before. People rarely look at each other with warm eyes. Words have become hurried and sharp. We are tired of petty disputes. We close our hearts for fear of being hurt. And gradually, we forget that we once had a heart that knew how to love, how to share. Sometimes, just one small act of kindness is enough to change a long, heavy day. But we let that opportunity pass by because of a little thoughtlessness. The Buddha taught that of all the paths that lead to liberation, the path of a kind heart is the brightest. A person with a wholesome mind, even in the midst of the marketplace of life, will find peace, because in their heart there is no shadow of hatred. It is like the moon, which, even in the darkest night, still shines, illuminating the entire sky. A wholesome mind is that very moonlight. When our mind is wholesome, everything around us is illuminated by a gentle light. When our mind is unwholesome, the whole world seems to be dyed in a gloomy color. All suffering or happiness, in the end, arises from this very mind. There is a small but poignant story about a man named Tuan, a long-haul truck driver who always lived in the rush of life. His job required him to leave early and return late, traveling countless roads, meeting countless people, and gradually he became gruff and hardened. He used to think that in this life only the strong avoid being taken advantage of. Only the fast avoid losing. One rainy afternoon, he was in a hurry to deliver a shipment. The sky was darkening, the road was slippery, and his truck was navigating through a stream of bustling traffic. Suddenly, up ahead, an old man was standing unsteadily on the sidewalk, holding a cane, his eyes squinting against the wind and rain. He wanted to cross the street, but the traffic was too heavy, and no one would stop. In that moment, Tuan looked in his rear-view mirror and saw the old man, trembling, standing there, not daring to step forward. A second of hesitation flashed through his mind, and then he gently braked, turned on his hazard lights, and got out. The traffic behind him honked incessantly, but he paid no mind. He ran over, gently took the old man's hand, and guided him to the other side of the road. The rain lashed his face, his shirt was soaked, but in his heart there was an unusual warmth. When they reached safety, the old man smiled, his kind eyes like the new moon, and said softly, "You do a good deed, and light will follow you always." Tuan was taken aback. He bowed his head to the old man and hurried back to his truck. He did not think much of it, only that his heart felt light and easy. A few days later, while driving on a familiar stretch of road, a large truck on the opposite side suddenly lost control. In an instant, he was about to swerve to avoid it, but just then, a small motorbike cut in front of him. He slammed on the brakes, his heart pounding. If he had not been able to stop in time that day, having maintained a safe distance out of a habit formed from helping others, an accident would likely have occurred. In that moment of panic, the face of the old man and his words from the other day suddenly appeared in his mind. He realized that sometimes a small act of kindness not only saves others, but also saves oneself. That story, though it may seem ordinary, contains a profound principle that the Buddha once taught. When the mind gives rise to wholesomeness, blessings follow. When the mind gives rise to unwholesomeness, misfortune arrives. Karma is the result of the mind. When we sow a wholesome thought, even one as small as a speck of dust, it will still bloom into a wholesome flower in the future. But when we allow an unwholesome thought to arise, it can bring with it countless painful consequences. People of the world often think that wholesome acts must be grand gestures, like making large offerings or giving away great sums. But the Buddha taught that wholesomeness lies not only in action, but also in intention. A forbearing smile is also wholesome. A gentle word is also wholesome. A moment of patience, a moment of knowing how to quell rising anger. All of these are wholesome. Wholesomeness needs no display, needs no one to know. For the very mind that gives rise to goodness is already a blessing. Someone might ask, why do I live a virtuous life and still encounter suffering? The Buddha replied, causes are sown across many lifetimes, and their fruits also ripen across many lifetimes. The wholesomeness sown today will blossom tomorrow, not instantly. That is the law of cause and effect. Impartial, neither slow nor fast, waiting only for the right conditions. Just like the moon, it is not full every night, but it will surely become full when its time comes. Wholesome deeds are the same. At times, the results may not yet be seen, but their light is still growing within the realm of the mind, waiting for the day it can shine everywhere. A person with a wholesome mind is rarely lonely, for they radiate an energy that makes others feel at ease. In their presence, we feel our own hearts settle. One who speaks wholesome words, acts in wholesome ways, and thinks wholesome thoughts will naturally be followed by merit, as a shadow follows a form. As for one who sows unwholesome thoughts, no matter how skillfully they conceal them, their face will gradually darken. Their eyes will lose their clarity. True beauty lies not in outward appearance, but in the light that shines from within. The Buddha once taught about the 3 wholesome actions: wholesome bodily action, wholesome speech, and wholesome thought. Wholesome bodily action is to cause no harm to anyone. Wholesome speech is to speak loving words. Wholesome thought is to keep the mind from giving rise to unwholesome intentions. If one can uphold these 3, the merit is immeasurable, because when body, speech, and mind are all wholesome, wholesome karma is created, while unwholesome karma naturally dissolves. At that point, life will naturally change, becoming lighter and more stable, like the still surface of water reflecting the moon at night. Once, a person came to ask a Zen master, "Venerable Sir, I wish to know what a truly wholesome person is." The master smiled, pointed to the oil lamp before them, and said, "A wholesome person is like this lamp. It does not need to declare that it is bright. It only needs to quietly radiate its light, and darkness will naturally retreat." The listener fell silent. Indeed, a wholesome person needs no display, no proof. They need only to live with a sincere heart, and that light will radiate on its own. In daily life, we can encounter small acts that contain profound kindness. A person picking up trash on the street when no one is watching. A person giving up their seat for an elder without needing any praise. A person keeping silent instead of arguing. All of these are seeds of wholesomeness. When these seeds are numerous enough, they will create a field of merit that helps us pass through storms without being swept away. The Dharma says that a wholesome thought is like a precious gem. The more it is polished, the brighter it shines. Each time we do a good deed, no matter how small, we are polishing the gem in our own minds. Gradually, that light shines outward, illuminating others as well. A compassionate heart not only saves others, but also saves ourselves from suffering. If today we feel our hearts are heavy, perhaps it is because we have forgotten to do a wholesome deed for ourselves. We have been too strict with ourselves, too harsh, too self-blaming. Compassion is not only for others, it is also knowing how to love oneself. Speak to yourself with gentle words. Forgive old mistakes. Give yourself the chance to begin again. Only when we have a kind heart toward ourselves can we truly radiate wholesomeness to others. In your daily practice, you can try a small exercise to nurture a wholesome mind. Each morning when you open your eyes, silently give rise to a wholesome intention. Today, I will do at least one good deed, no matter how small. Perhaps it is helping someone smile, listening to a loved one speak, or simply not getting angry. Just by doing that, you have changed the energy of your entire day. Each night before sleep, recall what you did today that brought peace to your mind. Smile and be grateful for it. When we live with mindfulness of wholesomeness, we are creating merit for ourselves day by day. Someone once asked, "This world has so many bad things. What use is a small, kind heart?" But my friend, in the dark of night, just one lamp is enough to light the way. One kind word can save a person from despair. One sincere smile can melt away resentment. The light of wholesomeness is never lost. It takes only one person to give rise to that intention, and the entire space changes. Like the moon, though hidden by clouds, it is still shining behind them. A wholesome mind is the same. Though at times it may be covered by anger and delusion, as long as we know to stop and return, that light will reappear. Perhaps we are not perfect today, but as long as we ceaselessly aim for wholesomeness, a bright path will open before our eyes. Tonight, as you listen to the Buddha's teachings, let your heart settle and remember a wholesome deed you once did, no matter how small. Let that memory shine in your mind like moonlight on the water's surface. Feel the warmth, the peace spreading. Breathe in deeply, then exhale gently. As you breathe in, think that you are receiving wholesome energy. as you breathe out, think that you are radiating compassion. Do this for a few minutes, and you will feel your heart soften. Your suffering gradually dissolve like clouds after a rain. Then, remember the words of the old man in the story. You do a good deed, and light will follow you always. Indeed, that light not only follows us in this life, but follows us through many lifetimes. When we give rise to a wholesome mind, the Buddha nature within us is awakened. When the Buddha nature shines, the darkness of suffering cannot exist. Life is impermanent. What is here today may be gone tomorrow. But if we have the light of wholesomeness in our hearts, then no matter where we go, we will not lose our way. A person with a wholesome mind, walking in the night, does not fear the dark, for they themselves are the light. Let that kind heart become the lamp within your mind, illuminating every step you take. When we live with a wholesome mind, life becomes lighter. We will be less angry, less comparative, and more loving. A wholesome mind is like the gentle moonlight, not as dazzling as the sun, but able to illuminate the long night. In the midst of a busy life, as long as we can keep the lamp of wholesomeness in our hearts, we will never be lost. May it be that tonight, as you listen to these words, your heart also brightens like the moon in a still sky. May every act you do arise from a kind heart. May every word you speak carry wholesome energy, and may every breath you take be filled with love. Because in the vast darkness of life, just one wholesome mind is enough to illuminate 1,000 delusions. There are nights when the city lights have faded, and only the sound of the wind seeping through the window frame remains. We lie there, looking up at the ceiling, and feel an indescribable weariness rising in our hearts. Weary from work, from family, from things that cannot be spoken to anyone. Weary because so many efforts have yielded no results. So much sincerity has gone unreciprocated. And sometimes, amidst this vastness of experience, we just wish for someone to reach out a hand and save us, to lift us up from these days of deadlock. Some go to the temple to light incense and pray to the Buddha. Some look to the heavens, hoping for a miracle. Others sigh and ask themselves why all their prayers go unanswered. The Buddha taught that every human being carries within them the seed of enlightenment. This means that within each of us already exists the light of salvation. But the trouble is, people often forget this. We keep searching outside, keep praying to others, while the door to liberation lies within our very own minds. We often think that when we are suffering, we need someone to come and help us. When we fall, we need a hand to pull us up. But the Buddha taught that if we do not stand up for ourselves, no one can save us. For suffering and peace are both products of the mind. Others can only point the way, but that path must still be walked by us. Long ago, there was a woman named Han. Her whole life, she lived for her husband and children, gentle, long-suffering, and hard-working. But life is not always peaceful. Her husband passed away early, and her son fell gravely ill. Every day, she would carry her goods to the market, selling them with a sigh. In the evening, she would sit before the altar of Avalokiteshvara, her hands joined in prayer, tears streaming down her face. She prayed for Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva to have compassion, to help her through this ordeal, to heal her son. One night, after many days of prayer, she dreamed she was lost in a great storm. The rain poured down, the roads flooded, and the cold wind lashed at her. Terrified, she ran with her head in her hands, crying out for Avalokiteshvara to save her. In the misty haze, a light appeared. It was the form of Avalokiteshvara, gentle and compassionate, her white robes as light as smoke. Han fell to her knees, choked with emotion. "Oh, Bodhisattva, please save me from this suffering." Avalokiteshvara smiled, said nothing, but simply handed her an umbrella. Her voice rose, as soft as the wind. "I cannot shield you from the rain, but I give you this umbrella so you can shield yourself." When she awoke, Han still felt the tears on her cheeks. Those words echoed endlessly in her heart. "I cannot shield you from the rain, but I give you this umbrella so you can shield yourself." From that day on, she meditated every morning and chanted Avalokiteshvara's name every evening. But she no longer prayed for help. She just quietly contemplated and realized that for all these years, she had forgotten herself. She worried about her son, worried about others, worried about everything, but forgot one thing: to care for her own mind. Then, day by day, she began to change. When her son was sick, she no longer wept, but calmly cared for him. When she encountered sorrow, she would take a very deep breath, then slowly exhale, chanting Namo Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva. She understood that the umbrella Avalokiteshvara had given her was mindfulness, was self-reliance, was the inner strength that the Buddha had already placed within every human being. That story is very simple, yet it contains a profound truth. The Buddha does not grant blessings or mete out punishment. The Buddha only points the way. Practitioners and lay people alike must walk that path on their own 2 feet. As the teaching in the Dhammapada says, "You are your own island. You are your own refuge. Take refuge in the Dharma. Take refuge in no one else." This is a teaching full of compassion, but it is also a profound wake-up call. For human beings have a habit of blaming and expecting. When we suffer, we blame life, we blame others. When we are at a dead end, we pray to the Buddha. But few are willing to look back and see how they have lived, what seeds they have sown, and how they have helped themselves. To pray to the Buddha without being willing to practice according to the Buddha's way is like standing outside a door, knocking, but never stepping inside. One who understands the way is one who knows that the Buddha is only a mirror, a guide. All transformation lies within each breath, each action of our very own selves. When we know how to stop, how to breathe in deeply, how to release a moment of aversion, that is precisely the moment we are saving ourselves. Life is inherently like the ocean. Storms are unavoidable. But one who knows how to steer the boat of their own mind does not fear great waves or strong winds. As for the one who leaves things to fate, who only sits and prays for a calm passage, they will drift for their entire life. The umbrella that Avalokiteshvara gave to Han is a symbol of wisdom and mindfulness. When the mind is bright, we know where we are. We know what we should do. And then, no matter the storm, we will not be swept away. There is a wonderful saying, "No one can hurt you without your permission." Likewise, no one can save you if you do not open your heart to save yourself. The Buddha taught that the mind is the master. The mind creates all things. This means that all suffering and happiness arise from the mind. Others can help you understand the way, but only you can live the way. Others can give you the teachings, but only you can practice them. If ever you find yourself falling, remember Han and Avalokiteshvara's umbrella. Remember that the Buddha did not come to carry our suffering for us, but to teach us how to look at suffering without fear. When we understand the nature of suffering, suffering immediately vanishes. When we know how to take refuge in our own minds, then no matter the storm outside, we will still stand firm. In Zen, there is a saying, "When the mind is at peace, all things are at peace." That is the very umbrella each person must build for themselves. If our mind is not at peace, then even with 1,000 Buddhas by our side, we will still suffer. But when our mind is at peace, then even sitting all alone, we will still see the Buddha in our own hearts. One morning, Han went to the market. It was raining again, but she no longer ran from it. She opened her umbrella and walked on with a smile. The rain was still falling, but she was not getting wet. Amidst the hurried crowd, she felt her heart as light as a lotus petal. When she returned home, her son was also gradually recovering. Some called it a miracle, but she just shook her head and smiled gently. The miracle is a peaceful mind. The Dharma does not speak of distant things. The Dharma teaches us to look at the present, to look at ourselves. When we know how to be master of our own minds, we will no longer be swept away by external conditions. When we know how to illuminate ourselves, we will no longer be lost in the darkness. It is like a small lamp in the dark night. Though faint, it is still enough to light up a portion of the sky. So if today you are suffering, are lonely, are lost, do not rush to pray for someone to save you. Sit down, breathe, and look deeply into your own heart. Ask yourself, what am I afraid of? What am I running from? When you dare to face it, dare to recognize the suffering, you have already begun to walk the path of liberation. The Buddha is not far away. The Buddha is in every one of your breaths, in every compassionate thought you sow, in every time you are able to let go of a resentment. In every second, you know how to return to yourself. Each time you choose calm instead of anger, choose forbearance instead of blame. That is the moment you are saving yourself. Try this small exercise. Each night before sleep, sit quietly for 5 minutes. Place your hand on your chest, feel your breath, and then chant silently, I am at peace. I am complete. Though the chant is small, if practiced regularly, it will gradually become your umbrella. When the storm comes, your mind will remain firm. When others hurt you, you will still maintain your gentleness. When difficulties strike, you will still find the light to walk on. To save oneself is not loneliness. It is the path of wisdom and freedom. For when we know how to stand firm with our own inner strength, we are no longer dependent on anyone, no longer afraid of loss, no longer swept away by praise or blame. We know that no matter how life changes, as long as our own mind is steady, everything transforms into peace. The Buddha taught that one who conquers 1,000 armies on the battlefield is not as great as one who conquers themselves. All suffering in life begins from the mind. So only by conquering one's own mind can one achieve the greatest victory. When you know how to take refuge in the Dharma, how to trust in the light within you, you will no longer be afraid. From this, we can understand that the umbrella Avalokiteshvara gave was not to shield from real rain, but to remind us that the Buddha is in our own minds. Whenever you feel weak, open that umbrella. That is, open the mind of mindfulness. Open the heart of compassion. Tell yourself, I am capable enough to walk through this storm. At that moment, you will find the rain is no longer cold. The wind is no longer strong. For within you is the light of self-confidence and faith in yourself. No one in life can avoid storms, but as long as you keep an umbrella in your heart, you will not be afraid. Do not wait for others to shield you. Learn to shield yourself. For only when we know how to love ourselves, how to protect our own minds, can we truly love and help others. If today you find yourself lost in the rain, remember that Avalokiteshvara is still by your side, smiling and offering you an umbrella. She does not save you from the rain, but she teaches you how to walk through the rain without fear of getting wet. And when you can do that, you have taken a great step on the path of enlightenment. I hope that as you listen to these words, you will close your eyes, take a very deep breath, and then exhale gently. Feel the presence of your own self in this very moment. Trust that you are strong enough, clear-sighted enough, peaceful enough to save yourself. The rain may still be falling, but your mind will no longer be cold. May you, amidst the ever-changing stream of life, always hold on to the umbrella of mindfulness. Always know how to return to the tranquil mind within yourself, for only then will you truly find the light of Avalokiteshvara, a light that is not far away, but resides right within your heart. There are nights when all the sounds of life gradually sink into stillness. We sit with ourselves and realize a very real truth. Throughout a long day, we have passed through so much sorrow, so much pressure, so many things that have unsettled our minds. We are weary from work, from worries, from our children, from words that were never explained, from misunderstandings that were never resolved. Then, when night falls, we just want a place to take refuge, a faith to release all the burdens in our hearts. It is in that very moment that we see clearly the value of the two words, peace of mind. For when the heart is at peace, all suffering dissolves. The Buddha taught that the root of all suffering begins from the mind. When the mind is not yet at peace, then even sitting in a temple, listening to the resonant sound of the bell, the heart still feels restless. But when the mind is at peace, then even in the midst of a noisy marketplace, one can still feel stillness and clarity. That peace is not something distant or sublime, but a state of wakefulness, of knowing how to stop, how to observe oneself, and how to accept. Whenever our hearts are agitated, let us remember that the wind can only make the lake's surface ripple. It cannot destroy the inherent stillness of the water. Our minds are the same. No matter how life may surge, as long as we know how to return and dwell in mindfulness, we will find peace again. Someone once asked, "How can one be at peace amidst a life of many changes?" The Buddha taught, to have peace, one must first learn to let go. To let go is not to lose, but to return all things to their proper place. Let go of resentment so the heart may be lighter. Let go of the past so the present may be lived fully. Let go of craving to realize that happiness is, in truth, right within our grasp. When we can let go, we are no longer controlled by fear, by anger, or by suffering. It is like holding a hot coal. Only when we drop it do we stop being burned. The story of Han, the woman who passed through so many storms in her life, is a reminder for all of us. Many years ago, she went to the temple, stood before the statue of Avalokiteshvara, and shed tears. She prayed to be free from suffering, for the storms of life to cease. That night, in a dream, Avalokiteshvara appeared, gently handed her an umbrella, and said, "I cannot shield you from the rain, but I give you this umbrella so you can shield yourself." When she awoke, she suddenly understood that the Buddha does not come to carry anyone's karma, but to show us the path to save ourselves. From then on, she began to practice understanding herself, practice wholesome deeds, practice patience, practice letting go of what could not be changed. Gradually, the suffering within her also dissolved, like morning dew in the sun. The Buddha taught, "Be a lamp unto yourselves." This is not only a teaching about wisdom, but also a reminder of self-mastery. Every person has the ability to illuminate themselves, as long as we are willing to stop and look within. To pray for others to help us suffer less is no different from wishing for someone else to eat for us so that we may be full. But when we know how to transform ourselves, how to place our faith in our own wholesome mind, we will see that the Buddha is always present in every breath, in every simple moment of life. Are there times when our hearts are heavy, not because of great matters, but because of trivial things? A word that wounds us, a misunderstanding not yet clarified, a loved one who does not understand our heart. And so We hold it all in our hearts until it becomes a heavy stone weighing us down. But if we look more deeply, we will see that suffering comes not from others, but from the way we hold on to these things. It is like water running through one's hand. The tighter you try to grasp, the more you lose. Only when we open our hearts and let go can we truly feel the lightness. The Buddha once said, "When the mind is at peace, the world is at peace. When our mind is still, the world around us also becomes more gentle." It is the same road, but when our heart is angry, we find everyone annoying. But when our heart is filled with love, we find even a stranger's smile to be warm. That is why the journey to find peace is not an outward one, but a journey of returning within. If each night before sleep we take a few minutes to settle, to listen to the Buddha's words, to reflect upon ourselves, we will find our minds gradually become pure. Sit quietly. Relax your shoulders, gently close your eyes, and feel the breath at the tip of your nose. Breathing in, I know I am breathing in. Breathing out, I know I am breathing out. Just that, and the body and mind have already settled down. If there is anything that is unsettling your heart, say silently to yourself, I am learning to forgive. I am learning to let go. I am learning to love. These words are like a cool rain, washing away all afflictions, bringing us back to our original stillness. Peace is not when there is no more suffering, but when we know how to smile in the midst of suffering. Just as a lotus flower grows from the mud, but still keeps its pure fragrance. Every person's life has its own low notes, but if we know how to transform them, those low notes will create a profound melody. A joyful person is not joyful because they have less suffering, but because they clearly understand the nature of suffering and do not let suffering be their master. A Zen master once said, "Within every person are two wolves. One represents aversion, anxiety, and jealousy. The other represents love, compassion, and peace. Which one grows stronger depends on which one we nourish each day. If each night we nourish a heart of gratitude and compassion, the wolf of peace will grow stronger, and suffering will gradually dissolve. Sometimes, with just a small shift in perspective, the entire world within us is transformed. Instead of blaming, we learn to accept. Instead of comparing, we learn to know sufficiency. Instead of fearing, we learn to trust. And when the heart is sufficiently at peace, all matters in the world also become light. One with a peaceful mind even in the midst of a storm, still sees a clear sky. One with an awakened mind, even in the midst of afflictions, still hears the temple bell resonating within their heart. If anyone is listening to these words on a quiet evening, may you consider this a small gift for your own soul. Let go of all the afflictions of the day that has passed. Carry no heavy burdens into tomorrow. Let your mind be as peaceful as a lake after the rain. And let your soul settle in the sound of the Buddha's teachings. For when the heart is at peace, all suffering dissolves. And from this day forward, practice a small habit. Before sleep, take a few minutes to breathe, to give thanks, and to let go. Give thanks for still being alive, for still being able to hear, for still being able to love. Breathe so the mind may return to the present. Let go so that you may walk more lightly tomorrow. That is the simplest miracle the Buddha has shown us. Each night, let your mind be as still as a lake's surface. Listen to the Buddha's words and reflect upon yourself. Suffering dissolves and peace arrives. When we learn to live in this way, then though life may have a myriad of changes, within us there remains a place that is never stirred. It is a place of refuge, of wakefulness, of true happiness. And it is in that place that we understand we need not seek the Buddha far away, for the Buddha is always within our very own minds.